don't know why every time I unmute the mic, right as I unmute it, I have to yawn. It's been a very yawny evening. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this going. Where are we? There we go. Hi! Hello everyone! Happy Choomsday, happy week. We're almost done with February, which, I don't know, it's a short month, so I get it, but it also feels like it's been very quick. Hello Standing, good to see ya. Glad to have you with. Hello Mage, hope you're having a good Choomsday. I hope you guys are doing well. Hello Lurkers, and hello Vaughn Watchers. Welcome in everyone. Kind of done with it? Yeah. It's not like, I don't know, it's not a super fun month to me, I guess. It's not a lot to say for it. It's been, how are you guys doing? It's been kind of a weird day for me. Morning was really not great. It got better though. So I got up and I went to make my coffee. And yeah, I feel that. I'm tired too. I'm glad that the day is over and now I just get to chill out with you guys and do some art and chat about stuff. It's gonna be good. I went to make my coffee. The bag that I had was empty. Like there's a little bit left, not enough to fill the machine. So I was like, okay. I had another bag, so I went to open that and it wouldn't open. It was sealed very tightly, so I had to cut it open, only to discover that the coffee was unground. And I'm like, well, shit. Thankfully, my roommate let me use some of their coffee, so I was able to have my morning coffee. And then I got an email. So as part of this whole like joint thing that I've been going through, you know, I got an x-ray done last year and I paid for like half of it out of pocket because insurance is great. And then today, like over 2 months later, I got an email that my insurance had said, yeah, the rest of it is under copay and they have to pay for it. I'm like, then what is the point of you? So that was fun. I had to call because getting an email about a random medical bill you're not expecting is like, is this a scam? Seems like a scam, but unfortunately it was not. So that was a fun start to the day, but it did get better. I was like, you know what? I haven't had pizza in a long time. This is a pizza kind of day. This is a comfort food kind of day. So, and when I got a pizza, I got it from the place that we have gotten, my family has gotten pizza since I was very small. This place nearby, and so I went and I got that, and it was so good. It was very good. And on the way back, I stopped by a coffee shop that I go to regularly, and I was like, hey, would you guys be willing to grind the coffee for me? Just like grind these beans? And like, yeah, we'll do it. So the coffee is good now. The coffee is usable, which is good because coffee's getting expensive. Like, it was always kind of a luxury item, but I swear it is like almost doubled in price lately. And frankly, it's probably not going to get a lot better. But it would have really sucked to have an entire bag of coffee and just like, yeah, I can't use this. I mentioned this on Discord and people were like, hey, I have recommendations for coffee grinders. And it's like, guys, I'm not looking to get a coffee grinder. I just have this bag I can't fucking use. Yeah, you're right. I just need to make bean soup. I just need to like let them sit in water for like 3 days and just let it like slowly percolate. I wonder how well that would actually work. Probably not great. But it would be an interesting experiment to see how much it can actually do. Um, but yeah, so that was kind of just the general sort of silliness of my day. Just a bunch of weird. I'm sure some people have. With the amount of ways that people have come up with making coffee, right? Even the like tried and true methods that people have come up with, everything from espresso to French press to drip coffee to, I'm sure someone has a whole bean percolation method. Someone has to have thought of it. You're right. I want to mention, so I posted a meme on Discord, but the clip in the meme was very fascinating to me because I had no idea what it was from. And thank you, Mage, for finding it, because I went not quite down like a full-on rabbit hole with this, but I was reading through the article. Oh, we haven't heard this song in a while, by the way. I was like, you know what? I think we need this song in our lives again. Am I living to my full potential, or am I holding myself back? You gotta stop with that shit, cause you're perfect. Check it out, analysis paralysis. Gourmet will find the beans right before they make the truth. True! You gotta go out and pick the beans and roast them yourself, and then grind them specifically for that cup. It's true. I swear some people are like that and they're insufferable. It's like, dude, it doesn't change the flavor. So the movie that is from is called Fire and Ice, and it is from 1983, which I don't know what was happening in the like late 70s to early 80s, but there's just like there's all these animation projects, like animated films and whatnot. Maybe it was because rotoscoping made people think like, oh, we can do animation way easier and we can like do it for, a much more reasonable budget. The wiki article lists that Fire and Ice cost $10 million. Hey, Gally, happy Choomsday. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Good start to your week. I don't know if the 10 million is in today money or 1983 money, because that's a very different value. It did not make $10 million. It did not make $10 million at all. Nice. I'm glad you're rested up. But what is wild to me is not the budget, it's who's involved in this thing. Because this is some, like, I don't know, completely unremarkable project from my point of view. But it's got Ralph Bakshi, who did a bunch of animation in this time period from like the 60s through to the early 90s. Frank Frazetta, who was just like a wildly talented Conan style artist. And James Gurney did the background art. The Dinotopia guy did the background art for this movie, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What is this? I love one of the reviews for it was, if you love comic books and can't bear the unnecessary bother of turning pages, Fire and Ice may be for you. It would help if you were a sex-obsessed 12-year-old boy, but not essential. Like, damn, okay. So yeah, just, I don't know, just a fascinating thing. And I don't don't know if it's just me, but I feel like during this time period, there was this massive amount of what I would call like Conan metal styles of movies, right? We got like Fire and Ice. And if you asked me to actually come up with a list of all these things, I would really struggle. But I just feel like there's this style, that sort of Conan style of like rotoscoped, muscle maxed barbarian or heavy metal style animation that just like permeated this time frame. And I don't know why like everyone decided to do it at the same time, but they sure the fuck did, and it's so wild. Mist it with water, then gently tumble them before you grind. Yeah, but you still gotta grind it. See, it's like, how do you percolate with whole bean? Oh yeah, no, it totally screamed like somewhere between 75 and 85. Like there's a clear time frame where a bunch of movies came out that all had that same sort of feeling. I just had no idea which one it was, you know? I almost want to watch it just to see what the hell was going on. It is such a weird looking thing, but I kind of love that. So yeah, I don't know, like, it's super dumb to get focused on it, but I'm just like, what is this movie that like so many people were involved in it? And like Susan Tyrrell was one of the actresses. Randy Norton was a performance model. Eileen O'Neill, Susan Tyrrell was the voice actress for one of the characters. Elizabeth Lloyd Shaw. Manga was played by Big Yank. And that's their name, Big Yank. That's okay. Like I said, Callie, I don't want a coffee grinder. I'm not getting into coffee grinding. I just had a bag of beans and I'm like, well, shit, what do I do with this? Unfortunately, I think it's an excellent name, is what you mean. Credit clip is clear enough. Nice. I'm guessing that's Dark Wolf. Just going by the list of characters, that is probably Dark Wolf, which is ironic because there's nothing really like dark about any of them. He is a pasty ass motherfucker. So yeah, just wild thing. Okay, by 1982, fantasy films had proven to be considerably successful at the box office, including The Beastmaster and Conan the Barbarian, and Bakshi had a desire to work with longtime friend and fantasy illustrator Frank Frazetta. Bakshi received $1.2 million to finance Fire and Ice from some of the same investors as American Pop and 20th Century Fox agreed to distribute the film based on the financial longevity of Wizards, which is another film by Bakshi. Just wild. Just wild. Oh, interesting. Well, if I gotta do it again, I will certainly check with them. So yeah, just a bunch of comic artists of the time period of like, yeah, we can make movies now. And then the box office went, I mean, you technically can. That is a thing that you are physically capable of doing. Whether anybody goes to see them is another matter. Man, early 80s was a hell of a drug. I don't know what was going on there, but good for them, I guess. So yeah, it was a fun little dive for the afternoon. Other than that, what's been going on? What was over the weekend? I So one of my friends, unfortunately, is moving out of state. So a bunch of us met up for brunch on Sunday, just to see them. I might go to see them one more time, just because they're still sort of packing everything up and trying to get rid of stuff. So I might go to help them pack if there's an opportunity for that. Beyond that, it was I don't know. It was good to see them. We went to a place that we've been to a couple times. It's like a sort of a chain of cafes, which I'm gonna be honest. Like, it was really good to see them, and it was nice hanging out and everything. But I'm like, this is not very good. It is remarkably mediocre, but it's okay. So yeah, did that, got some more work done on the model. That is progressing pretty well. I'm still working on sort of retopologizing the body. I think everything is going to work, but you know, I actually want to start testing things out. I want to start getting things moving so we can sort of see how that's going to perform. But yeah, feeling pretty optimistic about that. Played a fair amount of Deadlock over the weekend. Played with some folks on Jin's Discord. Played some Helldivers with work friends. Played more games, I think, than I really meant to. I kind of meant to lock in on the model work a bit more, but I gotta allow myself that grace, you know? Trying to just nose to the grindstone all the time just winds up with you not having a nose, you know? And then you get called a noseless freak, and everyone points at, laughs at you, and calls you noseless, noseless, noseless. Which no one really enjoys that. So I don't know. Sometimes you gotta take a break and play a game, and maybe a little bit more than you meant to, but that's okay. That's okay. Indeed, indeed. As they were saying in Uma Musume, having vacation and rest time is an essential part of any training regimen. You can't just go 100% all the time. You gotta have periods to let your body sort of rest and recuperate and reorient. Hey Lakota, welcome in. Happy Choomsday. Hope you're doing well. Speaking of anime, I did not see an episode of Free Written this week. Was there just no episode? I did not get a chance to watch it, if there was. So yeah, Deadlock. I like Deadlock. Deadlock is a cool ass game. I tried some more Graves. I like her a lot. I'm struggling a little bit. I think I was following a carry build, and I think she does sort of come online eventually, but there's a bit of a struggle, and I think Graves relies very heavily on good positioning, which I don't know how to do yet. I don't have the right mindset for it. I don't have the right eye for it, so I can get caught out really easily, and especially some of the melee heroes. If they can catch me out, it's like, well, guess I'll die. But I still like her. Paige, on the other hand, I was doing a couple of games with Paige. She's a lot of fun. She is a lot of fun. And it's wild because even as I was like building as a support character, I was still like racking up a lot of damage and getting a lot of assistant kills. So she feels very good, like all around effective. I definitely want to try a few more characters just to have some versatility, but I feel like for a while, you know, while I'm still sort of figuring out the game, figuring out pacing and movement and all of that, I kind of want to just learn it with a subset of characters and not try to have too many plates spinning at once. So I think that's really good. I do want to get into the drawing pretty soon because we have a lot still to do with this one. And I don't think we're going to finish it tonight, but if we can get it most of the way there, I think that would be really good. Just so we're not stressing about getting it ready for Saturday. I do want to share one thing. So, I'm sure many of you are aware about the whole situation with Discord. You know, the verification stuff and the amount of backlash that they have received. So they have announced that they are no longer working with Persona. For those of you that are not familiar, Persona is another security company backed by Peter Thiel, the owner of Palantir, which is like, why don't we just make our company the most evilly named thing we can possibly think of? That's a good idea. The all-seeing eye of evil. Yeah, perfect. No notes. Ship it. So, yeah, Thiel had another company called Persona. Discord was working with that and decided not to go forward, probably after everyone went, dude, no. But I just want to read one brief snippet from their blog post. Where did it go? Here it is. One of our core goals with age assurance is to give you options. As part of that, we've been evaluating multiple vendors to offer a range of verification options people are comfortable with. One of those evaluations was with Persona, a company used by platforms like Roblox and Reddit. I mean, that should have been red flag number 1. That is a red flag glowing like the elephant's foot. Just vacate the room and write your last will. What the f... Someone thought that was a good idea. Someone looked at that and thought that was a good idea. So, yeah, they're reportedly not using Persona anymore. They're not partnering with them. I don't know. Like I don't really know what to say. Isn't Roblox notorious for PDF? Yep, 100%. That is a huge problem with them. Yeah, the meme post that linked to this was, I'm gonna keep it real with you, Discord. Nitro subs ain't coming back. It's like, yeah. I mean, frankly, I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into the whole discussion just because it's a really ugly can of worms, but this is not like the intentions for verification, as good as they may be stated to be. You're not gonna win it. It is not gonna go well for them. So, we'll see. I mean, frankly, and this gets into a whole other topic, but the best line of defense for keeping minors safe on the internet is parents. Like, you are not going to create a security system that is able to properly catch everything and respect people's privacy. And a lot of the speculation is that Discord is doing an IPO at some point in the future. And so they probably want to shore up their public image. But yeah. So I don't know. Like, I do not have kids. I would not let them on Discord, especially if they are small. It's like you do not have anybody to be online with. You can't even read. You will see your friends at school. So that was a weird little thing, and I haven't read through the entire blog post yet. Like, some of it sounds decently reassuring, and some of it is just kind of like, I know. It's still weird. It's still not good. But enough about that. What you gonna do about that? Okay, I will say one more thing. Let's get into the drawing, and then I will say one more thing about it. Let me shuffle my way over here. I can't remember if I was saying this before, but Stardison has talked a lot about. But most parents don't worry anymore about this stuff than when they hear it on the evening news. Possibly, I don't know. When I was little, we talked about like online safety a bunch. So there's a really weird thing that I think happened. Massive global issue, unfortunately, because there are massive movements in the UK and few others trying to push the verifications. There are so many companies, countries jumping on the bandwagon, and people making the choices too old to properly understand what they are doing. True. It's funny though, because I feel like a lot of the people that were sort of pushing, or like, I don't know, the sort of parenting generation that taught millennials were very much about like, okay, let's talk about online safety. Let's talk about, avoiding oversharing of information or sharing of personal information. And also, teaching kids how computers work and how to use them. Because at the time, it was like, okay, this is clearly going to be a relevant thing that these kids need to know about growing up. And sort of in the same way that people, used to, like, to drive a car, you had to understand how a car works and be able to perform, like, basic maintenance on it. I think there was the same sort of mindset with computers. Of like, okay, if you're gonna use a computer, you need to get it. You need to understand it. We're gonna teach, like, courses in use and literacy to children, because we just sort of need to get them on that mindset and on that track. And I think after a while, computers just became so normalized. Like, and kids were coming in to elementary school having already used computers and tablets since they could babble. So it was like, well, we don't really need to teach them anymore, but now it's like, okay, so they use it, but they don't get it. Trying to force us into surveillance rather than proper protection. Yeah, and see, that is the problem, right? That's why I say I think parents need to be the actual line of defense, because they're going to be the ones that can teach the children and watch what they're doing without compromising everyone else. And they're going to be able to do it better than the system would be able to do anyway. I think you do ID verification. There's a leak, it leaves so many streamers open for docs. I mean, that's already happened, right? Quite notoriously, and Discord even acknowledges it. And that blog post was like, yeah, we fucked up. It's like, okay, you admit you fucked up, but what are you going to do to fix that? And I don't think they have an answer to that. I don't think they have a proper answer. Because I think they do want to move forward with the security suite that they can, show to people and say, hey, we're doing this. But it also is going to require more, like, viewing of what people are doing than... I don't know. So, I do think as, like, the millennial generation got a lot of teaching, a lot of education in online safety. And, it's not going to say that millennials are perfect about it. Absolutely not. Kind of bad. But, there was at least an attempt to teach them. And I don't think there was the same sort of general intent or the same sort of general mobilization for Gen Z or Gen Alpha of being like, okay, kid, you're going on the internet. It's kind of like going into a forest, and you need to know how to defend yourself. Right. Which admittedly is kind of on millennials' fault, though, that millennials are the childbearing generation. It's like, I don't know. you would think the millennials, having been taught these things and trained these things, would try to pass that information on, but kind of not thinking about it, or frankly, I think a lot of times people are just too busy. Which isn't like accusing of negligence or anything. I think people are just insanely busy and don't have the time to spend with their kids the way that they would like to. And so the computer kind of becomes the babysitter. So that's the thing that is always kind of like, well, now we get into a real box of worms that I don't super want to dive into because I like to keep things kind of chill here. But yeah, the problem that you start to get into is how do we give parents the time to be parents and not make that a secondary thing. I think a co-worker about how trades and skill-based things like cobbling and stuff are dying out due to tech. Well, yeah. We were taught it at some point too, and that also means the resources exist in modern education settings. See, we're getting into that topic range. I'm like, I don't know that we really want to, but ideally, yes. Practically, I don't know if there is. I don't know if the resources are allocated to teach those things. One of these days, demand most members of a couple work. Yep. We introduced the concept of a two-income household, and everything kind of just went to shit. Well, and I know there was kind of a hope that, or I guess not a hope, but sort of a possibility that skill-based stuff would make a bit of a resurgence. But I mean, the problem is that tech pays really well, right? Like, it used to be go into medicine, and then it was go into tech. You want to get a really big paycheck and, live like a king or a queen, you go into the tech industry. Because tech is a bottomless money cheat. There are no good in. There are definitely better answers. I think the the problem, the thing that I always get very hesitant talking about this stuff is that what we're looking at with the age verification stuff is a bandage, right? It is trying to slap a band-aid on a systemic wound. And so then we start getting into political, societal, and cultural topics. And it's like, that's where things get not comfy. Market is super saturated. It super is. Trust me, I'm in tech. I know how bad it is. From program Jem become a welder and made almost double the old salary and feel like it's easier to find a job. Well, and I think that was kind of the hope, right? Is that as like welding, cobbling, electricity, plumbing, all of those like still need the people, and the demand is going to go up, which would make it more appealing to get jobs there, and people would kind of migrate back. And I don't know that that really has. Probably has not. And frankly, yeah, at this point, I don't know that it's actually paying super well. Because, yeah, there's a massive oversaturation of people available to take any job that arrives. And so, especially right now, like, people will take anything they can get. Nice. Yeah, if I lose my current job, I'm not sure what the plan is. Like, I definitely want to keep making video games. I don't know how I'm gonna go about that. I have a friend who got a degree in computer science focused on system security. Couldn't find a job and now he's in medical. Oh, Jesus. Just double down on that, I guess. I mean, I suppose there's sort of the argument that people will always need doctors, but hopefully it works out for them. You should become a doctor and find a tech job. Well, I don't know. The more people there are, the more doctors you need. It kind of goes around in circles, I guess. Oh, video from Dan Clancy. No longer enforce punishments for displaying combined platform chats. Who's Dan Clancy? Also, it's absurd that that was ever a punishable offense. Give me 1 second. Oh shit, where'd you go? Sorry, 1 second. Gotta do a thing. There you are. There you go. I've been sipping my tea. Thank you for the reminder. Oh, the Twitch CEO. Thank you. Okay. Man, fuck that guy. That should never have been a punishable offense in the first place. But yes, everyone, be sure to be having your drink of choice, whatever it might be. Yeah, it seemed appropriate. Been through a lot of the film score that I have on hand, so it seemed relatively fitting. Go. Just clean this shape up a little bit. There we go. There we go. Who's beta for Horizon Hunters this weekend? Oh. No worries, Gally. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope the rest of the week is a little less crazy for you. I'm gonna say goodnight. Closed beta for Horizon Hunters this weekend. I will be interested to see what people say. I still have not particularly high hopes for that game. I guess I have to give them credit that the like when we were playing on Saturday, one of the bandit leaders or the rebel leaders had a jet-powered super hammer, jet-powered sledgehammer. It's like, okay, so like this concept. Thank you, Gally. Stay safe as well. Like some of these concepts are in Horizon Forbidden West, right? The Hunters is not cutting it from whole cloth. It's like, okay, fine. It's still very strange to me. I still don't dig the overall direction or intent of the game. I don't think. And certainly, I don't know. I think sort of a group style Night Rain or Monster Hunter style Forbidden Horizon game, rather, could be interesting. Could be fun. But I would still want it to have the sort of like heavyweight chaotic feel of the mainline games, not whatever this is. It just feels off, right? It doesn't feel like the game that it should be. It's trying too much to... I don't even know what it's trying to do, is the thing. It just is. Am I doing this right? No, not exactly. Okay, that's a little bit better. And we can just... And then we can just sort of pull this up a little bit. There you go. There we go. Okay, that's a bit better. It is very interesting to me because as much as the game industry is in a shit place, it really is, especially the AAA industry. Right? There's so much just like shit going on, and then bad business decisions being made and greedy decisions being made and all of that, right? Studios getting shut down, people losing their jobs, and all of that is terrible. But you would kind of think that that would result in like a lot of, or rather would result in not a lot of games happening, right? I think to some degree that is true. Like if I had to, I would have to look to see how many games I have bought from major studios in the last couple of years. It's not a lot. It's very few. But like I've got Deadlock, I'm liking that. I did pop open Dune for a little bit to sort of check out what's going on with that. Still checking in with Star Citizen periodically. I want to open Monster Hunter again and sort of see how that's doing. I still haven't started Clair Obscur. I still haven't gotten back to Baldur's Gate. I swear the list of games that I want to play on stream is getting longer. Like every month. Like for all of the shit and trouble and bad news out of the industry, it's also like going like there's still a lot of really good stuff being made, and I'm still like not having the time to play all of the games that I want to. So someone is putting in the work to keep the industry not just alive, but in some ways kind of doing super well. There's definitely a lot of problems going on, right? I don't want to make light of that, but it does kind of feel like despite everything, it's still doing okay. It's a weird dichotomy. some more right here, just to sort of try and pull this shape out. There we go. Well, ladies tonight. Yeah, probably best. It's only so much news you can really take in a given day. That looks a little bit better, I think. Yeah, I was watching a video by OSP talking about fantasy gods, predominantly, right? We're sort of looking at like gods in fantasy settings and fantasy canons, how they pertain to real life, and then you get the sort of crossover situations like the Norse pantheon or the Greek pantheon getting used and repurposed into fantasy settings. And I think this also kind of pertains a little bit to some of the stuff that I was discussing the other day about, the scene in this where Odysseus fights Poseidon directly and is able to force him to yield. And some of the comments in the Reddit thread were something to the effect of, Poseidon is a god. There is nothing that Odysseus should be able to do to force him to yield. Which I think does track with Greek mythology on the whole. But I think there's also a little bit of a Western mythology bias, which puts the gods at a level that mortals have no ability to do anything to, which I don't feel like has always been the case. I feel like there are a lot of older religions where the gods were at a more, I wouldn't necessarily call them approachable level, but a more peer level to humanity. Right? There was a lot more like direct interaction. There was a lot more that they could like do with and to each other. And I think over the millennia, as we've sort of gotten theological power creep, we've all sort of gotten used to the idea of gods just being untouchable. And it's like, I don't know that was always the perception, Bring a little bit of this purple backlighting in, just because we see it in a few other places. We can bring this out a little bit. Greek mythos talks about regularly having physical connection, conversation. More modern religious concepts tell them as otherworldly and cannot possibly perceive them. Yeah. And, it was not absolute, and of course, because Greek mythology is not canonized, right? No one in Greece, and like the concept of Greece as we know it is not even how Greeks saw themselves until like the 19th century. So, already working against some biases there. But, no one like in Athens or Crete or Sparta ever like convened a forum and sat down and said, okay, these are all of the versions of the myths that we are going to accept as being canonical, and everything else is faff or heresy, right? It was just kind of like it was fan fiction. It was fan fiction. It was expanded universe writings that the society just kind of said like, yeah, these ones are really good and make a lot of sense. We like these. We will keep these. And then everything else just kind of got like brushed away. It's like, we don't talk about it. But there is a version of Dionysus conception where, as so many Greek stories begin, unfortunately Zeus was horny and got it on with a mortal woman and got her pregnant, and the mortal woman was talking with an elderly lady, not realizing that the elderly lady was Hera in disguise. And the lady told Hera that she was pregnant, which of course Hera did not enjoy. And so Hera convinced the woman to demand Zeus show her his true form, his godly form. And so she went and did that, and Zeus was like, I don't know, that doesn't sound like a good idea. We shouldn't do that. And then she was like, no, you gotta do it. And he was like, okay. And so then he, revealed his true form, at which point the woman evaporated. She got blasted to dust by his radiance. But the baby survived. And so Zeus was like, Well, I say baby. It was more like a fetus. He was still in development. So just like, shit. And sewed Dionysus into his calf and carried Dionysus to term in his leg because. It's like, what is happening here? So, right there's definitely some level still within the mythos of yeah, the gods are crazy, stupid, insanely powerful. Fortune recurring problems is king. Yes, as the meme goes, most of Greek mythology starts with, unfortunately, Zeus was horny. And most of Norse mythology starts with, unfortunately, Loki had an idea. But the thing is, still question the horse. Oh, look, I don't know. If you had the opportunity to turn into a horse, if you could just do that at will, admittedly, I don't know. Loki had ideas. Loki was a precursor to the internet. Loki would have seen the modern internet and be like, oh, well, this is fucking amazing. I can start so much shit with this. So, you have all that, right? But then also, like, the Greek origin myth starts with Zeus leading a rebellion against his father and killing him. Which you would think Kronos would be so strong that that shouldn't have been a contest, and yet Kronos is dead. As well as the other titans, the primordial gods that made the world. So they're like the Greeks have within their mythos an understanding of yeah, these theoretically immortal, all-powerful beings that embody aspects of the world theoretically can die and can definitely be hurt. I feel like most modern religions, it's like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't happen. But like I said, I think that largely comes down to like theological power creep of trying to validate your beliefs or your God by saying, well, yeah, your puny God can die, but ours can't, because ours is like super good and extra powerful, and you have gods explaining all this, that, and the other. We've got like 5, and they cover everything. Oh yeah, well we've only got 2. Well, we've got the one. We've got one god, and that's just the god. And it's like, okay, buddy. Okay, Frieza, let's calm the fuck down. I think Kronos wasn't even killed, but dismembered and trapped. Oh, you might be right. That could certainly be. Hmm. Okay, so Kronos is personification of time in Greek mythology, frequently confused with or perhaps consciously identified with the Titan Cronus in antiquity due to similarity in names. The identification became more widespread during the Renaissance, giving rise to the iconography of Father Time. Okay, so Cronus, leader of the Titans, king of the gods, ate his children, overthrown. This is one of my favorite songs. Accounts of the fate of Cronus after the Titanomancy differ. The most popular account is that found in the Iliad, Hesiod's Theogony, and Apollodorus, all of which state that he was imprisoned with the other Titans in Tartarus. In two papyrus versions of a passage from Hesiod's work and days, however, Cronus rules over the island of the Blessed, having been released from Tartarus by Zeus. Okay, so he's never killed, but he is imprisoned. You are correct. I was wrong. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. The Norse, on the other hand, are like, no, they literally all die. Ragnarok shows up, and literally every god but one dies. Though there should also be a bit of a grain of salt taken with that, because at the end of Ragnarok, one god and two humans are left alive, and it's like, that sounds a little similar to something else. As ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. The reason Potaheb is why Hades can't leave the underworld because he's keeping it sealed, because the Titans are often depicted as truly immortal. Interesting. I didn't know that part about Hades' role. World is dark and ruthlessness is mercy upon. I did find out a fun little tidbit today. So, someone was pointing out, astronomy has a really bad habit of just kind of mixing Greek and Roman mythology because they're effectively the same, but, you know, different naming and all that. And astronomy just kind of does whatever it wants, right? It's kind of like, okay, we have these planets that are sort of already here, and then we'll just kind of pull from whatever pantheon we decide for this one. So one of the ones that is like really obviously bad about that is Pluto and Charon, right? Because Pluto is Roman, but Charon is Greek. Because Pluto is Hades in Greek mythology, so it should have been Hades and Charon, or Pluto and, I don't know if the Romans actually have an equivalent for Charon. But the reason that happened is because the astronomer that discovered Charon's thing was not naming it for Karen. Basically went, unlike everyone else, Hades, you get an eternal job, get fucked. Yeah, I can understand why Hades would be a little bit miffed, and then Zeus was like, hey, you know what, it's okay, buddy, we'll get you a wife. Also, you can have a dog. Have a big cute dog. 3 heads, extra licks. Is a very good dog. So the let me look this up because I'm gonna get the names wrong and I want to get that right. So Karen was originally observed in the 1970s by James Christie, who was looking at what was it? Magnified images of Pluto. To, you know, part of a team trying to sort of figure out characteristics of Pluto based on, you know, this tiny amount of data that we could get from telescopes at the time. You know, couldn't actually observe the planet more than just this little fuzzy object. And he noticed that there were a bunch of photo records of it that were labeled as being problematic or in error because, like, the object of Pluto was getting stretched. It was like oblong in them, and so it's like, okay, this is atmospheric disturbance or whatever. It's no good, right? It's bad. Don't worry about it. Don't use this one. But what he noticed is that all of the other objects in the photos were not going through the same level of distortion, right? If it were atmospheric interference, it would distort everything in the capture, and it was only Pluto that was changing. So he's like, there's something else here. Something is changing its physical appearance and creating this oblong shape just for Pluto. Which means there's another body that's close enough that it's being perceived, it's being captured by the telescope as a single object, but it's separate. And so they designated it, and he decided, because, you know, he observed it, he discovered it, he gets to name it. He named it after his wife, Charlene, who had the nickname of Char, or Cher. So he named it Cher, and then, because he was a fucking nerd, put the suffix on for, you know, all the various atomic properties: proton, electron, neutron, photon, etc. So it became Charon, which he then submitted to the Astronomical Society, and they were all like, you realize Karen is the name of the ferryman of the dead, right? And he was like, I did not know that. So he just kind of happened into a very fitting name for the moon. According to the wiki article, other members of the observatory wanted to call it Persephone, which would have made sense as well, but he was like, no, Karen. One of the things that I love watching these videos and studying the various planets of the solar system, humans like to believe that Earth is the interesting planet, right? like Earth has plate tectonics and ecology and life on it. Like all the interesting stuff happens on Earth. All the rest of them are just balls of rock and ice and gas, and nothing's happening there. And you find out about like all the various observations, like even something as out in the middle of nowhere as Karen. It's just a ball of like mixed ice and rock orbiting on, slightly larger dwarf planet at the far end of the system. Is like, yeah, but there's a crazy amount of shit that has happened and is happening on this muddy ball of ice. So shut up. It's like every planet has stuff going on. Every planet has a history, and every planet is fascinating. That would actually be... I don't know what they would do with it, but I think it would be a very fascinating thing to try and do in Elite. Because one of the problems that you have with exploration in Elite Dangerous is you have a 1-to-1 scale of the Milky Way to explore for your entire life, right? Assuming the game is up, you could spend more than 100 lifetimes exploring that game. The problem is that after a while, you jump into a system, you honk your scanner, you look around, it's like, okay, yep, another rock, another snowball, another gas giant, another, like, metal-rich planet. Ooh, a water world. That's actually kind of neat. Just because that'll pay super well, not because it's, like, especially interesting. You can't, like, go to the water world and land on it or fly over it. You can just kind of orbit it and be like, that's pretty. And then you move on. So I don't know what they would do here, because I think it would be extremely difficult to actually build into the game. But it would be cool if they could figure out some way to present the like a way to study the evolution of the planet. Right? Like, the video with Karen was showing how the moon has this massive, like, crevice that runs around the equator. And the prevailing theory at the moment is that Karen was formed by a soft collision with Pluto. So rather than the Earth and the Moon, where two objects like collided and completely merged into each other and the debris formed the moon, the prevailing theory right now is that a body collided with Pluto. They didn't completely merge and just sort of like spun around each other, connected before finally separating by tidal forces. So both of them were heated up from the collision, but then eventually cooled off, and as the water in Karen cooled and froze, it expanded and just cracked the surface open. So these are literally stretch marks of the planet expanding into its current volume. So, like, some way to observe that, some way to, like, look at a planet and try and, like, actually pick it apart and understand its history would be a really cool way to add just, like, a lot of depth and exploration. That, you don't just show up in a system, scan a couple of bodies, and move on to the next one. You can actually stay in a system for a while, collecting samples, observing like different parts of a planet to see how like the material composition changes, how stuff is older or younger, doing radio dating. And like essentially like you just pick a system. You go to the Cat's Eye Nebula or Cat's Paw Nebula, you find a planet, it's like, I'm gonna write a dissertation on this one. And you can sit there, maybe not for like a year, but like a solid week of gameplay on a single planet would be wild. Because the current depth of the exploration gameplay is like you might spend an hour or two in a given system. There's not really a lot of reason to spend more time than that. Like, it's definitely cool to go out into the black, but it would be nice to do more while you are out there. I do think FDev is putting a lot of work into building the game out. They are introducing new gameplay systems. They have teased that they're looking at revamping some of the current systems. So they're definitely thinking about it. I don't know, it might work if enough people sort of advocate on the forums or whatever and say, exploration needs a revamp. The one downside to that, I think, is to do that might require another run of the Stellar Forge, the system that they used to build the galaxy. Because they would need to go back and populate all the systems with this additional data level, right? And that might be a big ask. I don't know if it would be, but I could definitely see it being problematic. There's definitely stuff that like you get into it early on, or like it becomes foundational to how the game is working, and once you have done that, you're kind of stuck with it. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Good. That looks pretty good. Not up with it. Sort of an interesting mix of light banding, but also gradients. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, and then this whole thing is just kind of a mess. Okay, we'll clean this up and then we'll try an idea I had earlier and see if it works. There we go. Okay, that's starting to work. Also, I need to add all the rivets in. Okay. Let's try a thing. Try. Idea. Enough. What? Okay, and then a little bit less on this side. Okay, cool. So we're gonna need that as a mask, basically. And then you are gonna come in like this. Sorry, I'm trying to mess with the brush and it's being a bit weird. How do I get rid of this vertex point? There we go. That's weird. It doesn't minimize the way that I would like it to. Whatever, we'll figure it out. Kill the monster. Okay, let's go ahead and change this. No, don't do that. Just move those. There we go. Not that one. Where is my glass brush? There you go. I don't know why this one's called the glass brush, but I'll take it. It kind of works. Just want a little something to break it up, right? Doesn't have to be a lot, just kind of that little bit of dusty haze. Turn that off for now, just so it doesn't get in the way. Howdy, Sonic. Happy Choomsday. You doing well? Really should have done the research. Here we go. That's a little bit better. I always wonder how much of the Odyssey we just don't know. Like other episodes and whatnot that just didn't get canonized by Homer. There's a channel I like called Ordinary Things. It's a good channel. But one of the things that he does at the end of every year is a... What's the word? Sonic. We talked about this. At the end of every year, he does sort of like an annual summary. He sort of looks at like everything that happened, right? Month by month, and sort of goes through the headlines. And, you know, some of it's like pop culture stuff, and some of it's meme stuff. Some of it's looking at like very serious like world topics. It's a good sort of like summation of the mental headspace of the year. But it's always like, okay, so this is the stuff that's sort of over the course of the year, the chaos, the confusion, the this, that, and the other. This is the stuff that sort of made it to the end, right? This is the stuff that held through and sort of maintained its relevancy all the way to the end of the year. And a lot gets cut out, right? A lot is just sort of like not enough, I guess you could say, to make it to that summary. And like that's just on a year-to-year basis. You know, you get out to the point of decades or generations. It's like, yeah, some stuff, a lot of stuff just kind of ends up getting sort of filtered out if no one's writing it down. Nice. There we go. There we go. Good. Alright, definitely getting there. Oh shit, the ears. Where's Veltreth? Sort of pull this out, make sure we get the right texture for it. There we go. Oh, need the Yara as well. There we go. Oops. The gods are nothing if not capricious. Unfortunately, Zeus was feeling murderous. Could you be less creepy about it, though? There we go. I'll do. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. And then same thing on the other side. Someone's got to die today, and you have got the final say. You or your crew. And then we've got sort of an S shape like that. A little bit tiny. Alright. looks pretty good. Okay, one thing I want to do, we're gonna bring this side in a little bit. We'll have to adjust the shape of the hair to compensate that, right? But that's okay. I just want to bounce this up a teeny bit. And maybe rotate it down just a touch. Just to better sort of follow the tilt of the head. Yeah. Here we go. There we go. Alright, getting there. Starting to actually have the right shapes and contours. Okay, and then what's this doing? Good. There we go. Alright, then there we go. I don't want this to be too long. Like I want more of a sense of the hair compressed. So the drop shadow shouldn't be too distant. There we go. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Just clean some of this up. I'm not gonna merge the tiara in just yet. I think we can do a little bit more with it before we do that. I do want to have like some overlapping hairs and such. What is? That was weird. Let's save before something gets really bad.
You're watching this video sitting down. I'm gonna need you to fix your.
Thank you for the reminder.
Croissant-looking
Not be
lettuce,
hunching.
crescent-moon ass,
Not be shrimping.
fix your spot. Damn.
That looks pretty good. I did indeed save. In the clear. Okay, that looks pretty good. Just not have to try very hard with these guys. There we go. I love how simple Ares is. It's just like, more violence, you say? Yes, I'm on board. There we go. I feel like the intensity of the lighting could be a bit stronger. You can play with that. Grab a few select areas and really, well, not like select, but maybe sort of go in and start to do a second pass to increase the lighting intensity, you know? Alright, elbow hurt. Good. I'm not sorry for loving you. There we go. Are they? I did not check mix it up. Is everything working? Sorry. I knew I forgot to do something. No, of course it's not working. Damn it. Let me restart that. No. Hit the button, thank you. There we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that is just kind of a solid slab of metal on the sides. There we go. Okay, and what is going on here? So we got her neck, which is going like that, and then we sort of got the wide rim of the collar, which is going around. There we go. Yep, that is just pure black. We have hit the bottom. There we go. Water. Get the water. Get in the water. No. Well, we tried. I have to double check this area, it's not looking right. I guess it looks like it's fine, I just haven't worked it at all. Mercy! Oh no! I'll sleep at night next to my wife. It's cool. The real question is, how does Odysseus' ship stay buoyant when his balls are that heavy? This is mic drop a god. That looks better. That's looking better. Okay, almost got this figured out. There we go. Okay. Good. Oop. Then they all died. Ares and Aphrodite are just sitting on Olympus like popcorn? I think that's working. I mean, when you put it that way. Okay. There we go. Hey Mom, Dad's home. Um, we're gonna need a new dining hall. He kind of blew it up. Need new cleaning staff, a new cleaning room, dining room, and kitchen, and stable, an armory. Excuse me. He also killed over half the staff. Maybe. I don't know. I just kind of assume he went into a blood rage. At that point, you know, dead men gonna die. What kind of things did you... I'm sorry. I do find it very interesting that after everything Odysseus goes through, the last opponent that he has to fight is people. Like, his last greatest foe is his fellow man. There's a story, there's lessons in there, there's a moral. Could you do me a favor? Just a moment of labor would bring me some peace. Be that ring back, carry it over, lift it high on your shoulders, take it far away from me. In bed with my and sweat. Forgive me the olive tree where we first met. Oh, love everlasting, do you realize what you have asked me? got it from? There we go. Sorry, 1 second. I had a little something in my throat I had to get out. Anyway. Oh. I'm glad that got the attention it deserved and he's, sort of gotten the room to work on the next album. See, I keep saying that is one of the things that I really love about the internet and about certain platforms, that it lets people sort of put stuff out into the world and share it. And then, people pick it up and they share it with their friends. And, you don't need to go through sort of the typical gatekeepers to find success and get something to really pop off, right? I think that's really beautiful. But at the same time, those platforms need to exist in such a way that people can actually make sense of them. They need to not be cluttered with useless chaff that makes it impossible to find the actual people putting actual work out there. Nudge, nudge, cough, cough. Oh, speaking of which, Steam is doing another Next Fest. We definitely gotta go through there and see what kind of demos are up and available this time. I got an email. I need to double check it. Something about Airborne Empire. It might be released, or it might be about to be. I really liked the demo that I played, and it felt like, yeah, give it a little bit more refinement, keep pushing it. It'll be a really solid, fun game to play. So definitely want to check in on that. I appreciate the Steam, sort of in the same vein, seems to understand that it is not just a storefront. Like, for a lot of game developers, it is the way that they connect with their audience. It is the way that they get their game out into the public view so that it is actually viable as something that they can sell and make money off of. And they seem to respect that responsibility. They seem to treat it as an obligation on their part to make that successful. I mean, if you want to be a complete cynic about it, there's still, you know, an incentive for them that it makes Steam more indisposable. Right? If Steam becomes established as the go-to place to try and promote and push your game, then that's good for them as well. But I don't know. I don't get the impression that they sort of take their dominance of the scene for granted. I think a lot of people would. Mage, could you imagine if Odysseus went through his entire thing and then just is kind of like standing up top of the dozens of hacked and skewered corpses? Is like, sorry, unreasonable, crashed out. The thing is kind of like, no, understandable crash out, pop off, king. Kind of lost my cool there. Please check my YouTube channel later for my apology video. I messed up. I get that. I'm sorry. Yes, I did check Valk's schedule. So she is still planning. So she got partner, and I think got like 3,000 followers. No, it was more than that. Anyway, she's doing a 30-hour stream this weekend to celebrate. So that's when we're gonna deliver it. We're gonna raid Valk after the Saturday stream and deliver it then. I hope you'll join me in congratulating Dog Girl on her milestone. And, you know, just enjoying the Saturday stream in general. Okay, I think we have at least touched upon everything. There's still definitely a couple of little rough areas in here to wind down. But we've almost got everything. Is this actually a thing? Am I... Shit, it kind of was. Whoops! There's a little, like, rivet line that goes through here. Something like that. And on the other side, too. You know what's going to be really interesting with Ace Combat 8? So Ace Combat has sort of been like flirting with the idea of unmanned planes, unmanned fighters since like the early 2000s. They're no strangers to the conflict of man versus machine in the theater of combat, and with the evolution of that theory in the real world since Ace Combat 7 was released in 2019, it will be very interesting to see how they choose to approach it. I don't think they'll get quite as on the nose as literally saying "I told you so," but It would be within their right to. That's all I'm saying. Good. Will you stop sticking, dude? Please. How does this work? Okay. There we go. Just trying to add a little bit of battle damage, you know. Trying to give the impression that like this has been going for a bit. Oh. Wait, is this? Oh, okay. I was moving that around at some point. Okay, before I forget, because I'm definitely gonna forget. Let's add the riveting, shall we? I think it's a good idea. Let's do it. How many of these suckers do we need? Okay, so there's 4 on this piece, and then we've got 1 on either side right here. They seem to be flat on top. One right there. Actually, no, not quite. Maybe we'll do like the implication of 1 over there. So it's like 4 studs per plate. I think that's it. But for the sake of argument, I'm gonna add 1 on the tail plating as well, just to sort of try and keep things consistent. Does the chest armor? No. No, upper body does not have any. It's only detail for the lower bit. Good. So pull this out a little bit away. Pull that down. Bring the shape up a little bit. Good. Alright, that looks pretty good. And so I get the planes in here dialed in more accurately. A little cleaner. There we go. Okay, so now it's standing out a little bit too brightly, and that really just kind of comes down to the values that I used. So we got to get more in line with what we actually want. Right, so these lower faces should be particularly dark, and then this one would probably be the darkest of all. And then this guy be more like that. You can probably be about the same. Be somewhere in the middle. And then yeah, these two would be brighter. Be pretty occluded as well, pretty shaded. Give me 1 second. Oh, of course the ring isn't in here. I was hoping to pull the nib out of my pin and try to see if I could reset it, but I do not have a tool on hand to do that with unless I can use a keyring. Might work. I'm not getting a good grip on it. Alright, one more try. Nibs are can be amazingly finicky. Oh, I bit on it and it came out. That's fine, right? Let me actually try replacing the nib entirely and see if that works. Okay, these are Wacom's. So that's not gonna do. Oh god, where am I? I should have like dozens of these things lying around. Where are they? No? Of course, the one time that I actually want them, I can't find any. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I've got another pen here. So we're just gonna use that for now. I will mess more with this pen in the future. It's probably fine. I just need to mess with the nib a little bit. But I'll do that later. This one should be in plenty good condition for what we need. It is weird though. So I have two models of pen, and they actually behave a little bit differently. Like the data that they send over to the tablet is a little bit different, or the way that the data, the pressure sensitivity is interpreted is a little bit different. Just soften this up a bit now. Shouldn't be quite so beveled. You know, we were talking a bit before about like how computer literacy used to be a thing that they were teaching in schools, and I know it wasn't everywhere, right? It was definitely not like a universal thing that everybody got to have that experience. But I do kind of wonder, as computers have just sort of gotten more ambiguous, I guess I would say. Or not ambiguous, what's the right word? As they've become just more sort of a thing that is there. And like kids are just sort of more, there's less of a sense of, oh, we need to teach kids how to use these and understand them and be ready for them. I don't know, like it feels to me like that should be more of a thing. I get why it's not. But just like, yeah, they already know how to use the tablets. Like, yes, they know how to interact with the computer, but they don't necessarily know how it works, right? And I can't claim to be perfect. Like, again, same sort of metaphor. I don't get how my car works end to end. I understand like the abstract principles of it, but I can't pop my car open and look at it and be like, oh yeah, that's that, and that's that, and that's that, and this does this. But you know, maybe that should be a thing, right? Maybe it should be part of driver's education is like, okay, you're going to get in control of this 25,600 ton, 6 ton machine. You should understand the thing that you are handling. Maybe it should be part of the curriculum. $600 tons, 600 tons. I found out the other day an Abrams tank weighs as much as a 737. Like, just take an entire plane and condense it down to a box, and that's an Abrams tank. It's like, what the fuck? And it can drive like 30 miles an hour. That's a lot of force. I know some people almost that dense, almost. It was kind of interesting. The same video sort of talking about the evolution of tanks, and one of the things that was mentioning was a similar thing that has sort of happened to combat designs in general. And you see this a lot with planes. In a bit more of a theoretical sense, that, you know, for a while, a lot of the sort of design doctrine around tanks was to bulk them up with as big of a gun and as much armor as you could, and then, you know, provide the motorized system to allow all of that chunk to move. Right? So it was just sort of a like stacking conundrum of bigger gun, more armor, more engine, and then just try to outperform each other. And it got to the point where the weaponry became so sophisticated, both on the tanks and anti-tank weaponry, that it's like you kind of can't provide enough defensives. Right? There is no amount of armor plating that is going to successfully deflect sabot rounds and modern anti-tank weaponry. So it's not so much a matter of armor plating them anymore. Like, armor plating is definitely still a thing, but more and more it becomes a game of weapons and countermeasures and maneuverability. Well, destroying is, you just gotta discombobulate it, you know? You just gotta make it not be the thing that they originally built. Which, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, you see a similar thing happen with planes. Planes are obviously a lot harder to balance out because you have to be able to, let it fly. So it can never get very heavy. But, it used to be a thing of like, okay, well, we would have the plane, and then the planes would either drop bombs or torpedoes, or they would shoot guns at other planes or strike targets with their guns. And then we figured out the missile, and everything just kind of went to shit because it just sort of turned into a game of lock on and deploy the missile. And so planes very quickly just became weapons platforms. You just fly the plane to the location, deploy the weapon, and go home. It's honestly very rare that planes dogfight each other anymore, right? They actually like engage at close ranges and try to shoot each other. And so now, the game is all about stealth. It's all about, which plane is the most capable of loitering in a space until it's time to fire their weapons and then get out without being detected. Which is interesting in its own right, but it's definitely not as sexy. Okay, so what have we done? We got the tiara, we cleaned everything up. The frills are still a little iffy, but I think they're doing pretty good. I think I want to put a layer sort of over the top to better control sort of that line of contact because it's still very like clip arty. Don't do that. Tomorrow's what? Wednesday? It's Wednesday, right? Ugh, what a week. At least we have pizza. Semantics. It's not tomorrow till you go to bed. It is not. This is the way. Alright, that is also fair, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. I hope you get some very good rest. And I hope you have a very good midweek, and I'll catch you next time. Everyone say goodnight. We'll put a little bit more drop shadow in a few places. Here, improve that sense of contact, and then let's break this up as well. It's very monolithic right now. Hard to know what day it is when you're on the internet. True. True. Everyone's off in their own little time zones. I find if I don't have a schedule, it's very easy to forget which day it is. Like even because last week I took Monday off, right? Which thankfully didn't do a lot. You know, I had my Tuesday schedule to sort of reorient me once I got back onto the normal set of things, but there's always that little bit of disorientation of like the thing that normally would have been the start to my week was not the start to my week, and now I need to sort of figure out again, like, okay, right. I always hate that little step. And I know for a fact, if I did not have a job keeping me regular, I would go back to DGen hours like super quick. Anytime I have like an extended period of time off, I just start reverting to staying up late, getting up late. I might not be a diurnal creature by default. It's a trained behavior, it's not my natural state. I'm lost until the following weekend. Yeah, it's like, oh, I'll see you guys next Monday whenever I get back. Whenever we're back to normal. I forget who was pointing it out, but it was a thing I saw a while ago of like, it kind of makes sense that a lot of people, I think especially introverts, tend to be nocturnal. Just because all of the societal expectations, right? People demanding your time or choosing to meet up or do whatever, all of the noise and the bustle, all of that's during the day. The night is quiet. The night is just you and maybe a couple of your pals and just whatever you want to do. There's not much traffic, there's not a lot going on. It's just a much more like laid back, easygoing time, and nobody is calling for you or demanding your time and attention and energy the way that the day does. Yara is working fine. It's just, it feels kind of flat and half baked right now. I want to come in and get a little bit more contrast going with it, I think. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. That's why it's not doing anything. Also, the tiara is still separated. I thought I had merged it in already. That was the lower plating that I'm thinking of. That explains a lot. Okay. But that also works, because then we can come in here a little bit more liberally, I guess. There we go. Just kind of beautify it, right? So I'm feeling good about this. I'm feeling good about our progress. I think we're gonna hit our Saturday delivery. We're almost done with tonight's stream, unfortunately. So what I'm thinking, I don't think we'll need to work on this on Thursday. I was sort of considering the possibility of, us taking some time on Thursday to focus on this. But I think what we will do is we'll just do the game dev stuff on Thursday. And then Saturday, honestly, I don't think we'll need the entire drawing side of the stream to finish this up. So I think we'll sort of work on this for a little bit, polish it up, and then we'll get back to working on the pages drawing that we put on pause so we can get this done on time. Because I definitely want to put a little bit more time into it, but I don't think it's so far from being done that we need to pull time away from other things to make sure we get there. Yeah, I think we can be pretty confident that Saturday will be enough time to finish it. Pretty confident. I have confidence. There we go. Weirdly dark stripe of hair right in here. I don't know what that's doing. Darken this off a little bit. Or have it fall off a little bit more convincingly. Try and ground it in the lighting a bit better. And grab a little bit of this blue tone as well that's sort of bouncing off of some of our back shapes. Like that. Yeah. Okay, now what is this? And create some imperfection in some of the shape, right? Especially around some of the areas that has been damaged, give a bit more of a sense of like secondary breakup. Create some scuffing and such. Okay, let's go. Excuse me. Oh, 1 second. Damn it. Okay. Last thing I think we're gonna do for tonight is this guy. I do want to work on the frills. I think we'll start there next time. Yeah, the one thing that I don't quite like is I feel like we don't see enough of her face to really understand the wound in that position. I kind of have to like make it absurdly bright for it to be noticeable, you know? Which is kind of fine, like it's a stylistic thing. I don't hate it for that. It's just, I don't know. It looks a little bit weird. Like it's doable. But, you know, even with the trailing blood, I feel like it's really easy to overlook, and making it even that bright just looks kind of strange and cartoony. Let's knock it down a little bit. Saturated a hair. Like if we were to... That's too high up, right? It should only go up to about her mouth, but most of that is covered by the sword. We can have a little bit where it's like catching the light and it's a bit brighter. Just not the whole shape of it. You could almost do like a sort of highlight ping just to make it a little bit more noticeable. Right, just a little bit of that liquid bounce. I think that helps it a bit. Just sort of pulls it up to be a bit more noticeable and relevant, right? Get a little bit of this like blood splatter where some of it's like already caught on her coat. And just darken the foot down. It's a little too much right now. That looks better. Okay. I think this is looking really good. I think we're really, really close. I want to try one thing really quickly just to play with an idea. And then we're going to go to bed. Or we're going to wrap up, rather. Motion blur. So I know what I was saying about motion blur, and it holds true. And even as I'm messing with this, I don't really like it. I just want to kind of see what it would look like as like this sort of refraction effect. Or like a hazing. I think it works at a very low intensity just to sort of give that like dusty glow. But I'm not huge on it. It feels a little bit too like artificial effect, and I would rather try and do something more deliberate, if that makes sense. I think what I would rather do is sort of similar to how we had the blur lines on the opera piece, rather than sort of do like just a universal coverage like that would do. Have a more sort of deliberate hazing around the areas that have, the really strong highlighting, to sort of double down on them. Right? Like the areas that are picking up the most lighting get a little bit of hazy bounce. Right? So we do it like along parts of the hair, along the sword, maybe a little bit along the shoulder here, along the bracer. Right, so just not like a universal mechanical coverage, much more like targeted application. I think that looks better, works better. Right, maybe knock down the intensity a little bit, but that feels pretty good. Yeah, I think it's almost there. I think it needs just a little bit more work. But like I said, probably only another hour, maybe two. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. I am quite happy with how it's coming along. Definitely a lot of like working the fine detail, right? I think we're really close. So yeah, just a little bit more touch up on Saturday. So Thursday we will go ahead. We will stick with game development stuff. Probably gonna continue what we were doing last week. Do some more animation sketching. Maybe a little bit more planning out of stuff. And yeah, kind of go from there. So hope to see you all then. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say goodbye to the VOD squad, and we're gonna find somebody that we can raid. Save this too. Alright, bye bye YouTube!